Hi everyone, welcome to this live stream slash video. Today I'm gonna show you how to frame, with jamb material, how to finish your opening, how to case it, and how to install bifold doors. And it's like non-standard opening. So I had to do some adjustments to it, some demo. As you can see, there is no drywall, no stuff like that. And if you wanna see how to do the demo, if you also have the drywall kind of opening, you can watch another stream that will be attached in this comment, the pinned comment under this video, or you can just follow through the channel and find the previous live stream that was exactly about that. So now let's start from that. So you can see the green line on the top. This is the perfect level line that laser is projecting, and the vertical is also laser for the left side, but you can use the same kind of tool, like a bubble level. If you have standard level like that, you can also use it and check your opening. So pretty much what you need to do, you need to figure out which is this kind of, which side of the stud is sticking further, the bottom or the top. So you can do that by pretty much putting it next to the bottom and seeing where it's at. And if it's like that, pretty much I'm emphasizing, but if it's kind of like that, it means that the bottom is the part that where you need to start your measurements from. If you have it like, let's say like that, also sticking out, it means like this. I mean, it means that you need to start your measurements from the top. So the same logic on the top. So you check it with your level, and you see where you have the low spot and where you have the high spot, and your measurements should start also from your low spot. So you will have a bigger shims here and less of a gap over here on this side. So I already did that, but it's much easier to visualize it having the laser like I do. So I also suggest getting yourself some if you like to do like projects over your house or you're fixing stuff. It's something that you must have. So I already measured, and I know that like there is a certain height usually on the package of your closet doors. In this case, I'm going to be installing the 6-panel textured bifold doors. Sorry guys. So hi Chris Sullivan. Hi, good to see you, Chris. It's good to see you again. So I'm going to be installing 2 of these because the opening is quite wide. So it will be two doors by 24 inches. And it's usually says which size of the opening you're gonna fit with this door. So it says 24-inch by 80 inches and 3/4. I always like to double check everything. So in that case, I have my doors set up here, and you see all like 2 of them. And on this door, already the gap at the center is bigger than on the doors that's sitting on the top. So it's also like it's a little bit of a difference, but it is different. So also, I'm gonna check the length and make sure. So it says it fits opening 80 3/4, and we have 79 the door, and we're gonna have the track on the top, the gap, and also on the bottom. So we have plenty just to make sure that it's actual for this door. So 80 3/4. Going back to our opening, so you checked which is the low spot on your floor. You also do it with level. Like in my case, I have laser level. I can measure from this line and this and just know exact size. So and I determined that this is a low spot, and this house is crooked. It goes like that. So what I'm gonna do now, I set my laser on the left side from the sticking point pretty much. I checked this side as well, and both lasers, the green one here and the red one, projecting pretty much the line for me, so I can see exactly where my board should be. And my logic is I need to bring it as tight as possible to this side because I want it to be as tight as possible to that floor that is already finished here, and there is no way for me to deal with that. So I started my laser from here and I dropped my line all the way up, and then I'm gonna measure the width that we need, and for that opening I measured that it is 40, where it's at, so it is 50 inches uh, so pretty much 48 and a half from one side of the board to another to create the opening for my closed doors with gaps at the middle, on the left side and on the right side. So I need to have from board to board 48 and a half. So I'll be framing my board, so I have the top board sitting on the sideboard. That means I need to this 48 and a half inches, I need to add the thickness of the board on the left side and on the right. So 48 and a half plus two boards which are 3/4 is 50 inches pretty much. So a little bit over 50 inches. So now I'm gonna cut 50 inches board for the top, 50 inches, and for the sides I want to show you the magic. So I measured my height 80 3/4 to this spot because it's the lowest spot, and then I projected the line with laser here, and it will be shorter there, which means that we would have to cut and trim the bottom of the door because floor is going like that. But you better, if you have crooked floor, you better cut your bottom of the door to match that crookedness and have even gap, because it will be the most thing you will be noticing in the future, the gap. If it's just straight and you have like shim looking gap, you will see it every time, so you better trim it. And it's not a lot you can trim from the bottom because it's hollow core, and you need to be careful not to cut through all the way up. But if you do that, you might need to put a filler piece of a wood, so then you don't have the hollow spot at the bottom of your door. So going back to frame, it will be a little bit easier to see while I'm doing that. So that green line, it's exactly where I need to bring my board to. So, and I have plenty of room. So what I did, I measured here to the laser line, here, here, and here, and I already cut three pieces of wood, exactly the height that I need. By the way, guys, like and subscribe to the channel. Please double tap the screen to give this live stream a like, and subscribe to the channel as well to see more videos like that. So you see I have those blocks, and they say like 1 3/8, 1 1/4, 1 5/8, and 2 inches. So they will go like one on this corner, one here, and two at the center. So then it will be the reference point for me to bring my top plate and nail it to. So pretty much it's my spacers, and I was able to determine that by measuring from the laser line to the actual top of my opening. And again, if you don't have the laser, you can use your level and just like knowing the length of your level, just mark what is the difference and then transfer it, mark again, and then just multiply, just add those numbers to one another, and you will know how much you need. So now I'm gonna grab my bread nailer, 18 gauge, and I'll just nail those to the top. So I already marked it, and my lowest spot is here, and it is 1.25 inches. So what I will do, I'll put it right here, because here's what I'm gonna have. And I have probably 2-inch nails. Yeah, I think it's 2-inch. I'll put quite a few. Ain't going nowhere. Okay, 1.25 inches. Then we have 2 inches piece on this side. I have some nail that is sticking out that I might need to kind of hammer it. So pretty much the guy who did that opening, he forgot the fact that he needs to put the doors in here, I think. So they were just, the opening was just way off. Even with the drywall, there was no gap. There was no room for it. And he used a bad level, so like that thing won't be vertical. So we had to deal with it to make it look beautiful. So I'm gonna put that thing here, just kind of like toenail it to the side from here, and then from here. Just like that. And anyways, that stuff is gonna be sitting on the floor, so there is no problem whatsoever with using 18 gauge nails. So 1.5 inches is gonna go right here, and you can see my laser shining here on this one, and it's barely shining on that one. So yeah, just like that. So pretty much this will be my spacers for this installation. Sorry for that. And the last piece for the top. Okay, so we have our blocks, and now when we know the width of our top piece, yeah, and you can see these they are quite low, but this one is sticking a little bit down, so means that I cut it too long. Little, yeah, this one is I would need to add shim. So anyways, I would have to shim it probably a little bit, teeny tiny bit. So now we can cut our top piece, which is, and I won't cut it from side to side. I will cut it exactly the width I need, which is 50 plus inches, like a little bit over 50 inches, because I want to use the edges of the top board to nail my side boards to it. So then I can just place it like that and don't have to hold that board and put my side somehow. So okay, you're gonna be able to see me cutting that stuff. And this is the gem material. Guys, thank you for joining, everyone. Like this live stream and subscribe to the channel as well. So you can see me cutting that stuff. And usually I cut both sides of the board just to make sure it's nice and square. But since it goes on the top, I'll just double check with my square that the edge is, woo! I stepped on my screws. That the edge is square, which it's not. So I'm gonna check this side, and this side is square. So I will start measuring from here, and like I said, it will be 50 inches. So usually they have two sides, and this is just primed pine that you can get at Lowe's. I got it at Lowe's. So what I'll do, I'll just measure my 50 plus inches, and I'll cut it on that funky little saw. So always measure twice, cut once, especially at the end of the workday. You want to make sure you cut it exactly right, because that stuff is like 15 bucks for one board. So keep in mind while you're planning, if you want to jump your opening like that, it will cost you like around 50 bucks just for the jump, plus also 10 bucks each casing, which is also gonna be, in this case, square kind of craftsman style, just like the door jamb. Okay, so we're gonna cut 50 inches that stuff. Perfect. And now I'm gonna show you the trick how I'm gonna do my sides. I won't be using the measure tape. I'll actually probably use a measure tape. You know what? So that thing, I don't quite like the way it is. I'll probably get a circle or so, and I'll shave a little bit because it's sticking too low for some reason. So what you're gonna do in this case, I need just to shorten it a little bit. Okay, now I need to adjust the blade. It's sticking out too far. So this is something that I don't recommend doing, but I made a mistake by cutting it too big, so I want to take care of that. Perfect. So when you cut it too short, it's okay. You can use the shim, but when you cut it too big, like I'm gonna have to use the shims for all three pieces, but it's just not smart. So I'm not gonna be doing it. Guys, thank you for joining. Thank you for your likes. Give this live stream like again if you haven't yet, and consider subscribing to the channel. So now I'm gonna put the top plate and see where it's at. So I'm hoping that I got the right piece, because sometimes you cut it and you get the opposite piece. So here it is for here, and I know that it's narrower and it's intentionally. So if you can see my line here, that stuff is still sticking out somewhere. So let me see where my mark. Yeah, it's kind of. I don't quite understand which of the sides. Yeah, this side is sticking out still. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, it's better, like I said, measure twice. So I measured and it was the wrong measurement here. So I'm gonna cut it once again. Don't be me, guys. Better, might be still sticking out. No, it's actually quite good now. So, okay, so we have that thing. We have that thing, and another thing is that this opening is anyways not as wide as that board. So I'm gonna bring the table saw and I'm gonna run it through the table saw so we can have nice and high crease. I don't know if I already said high or not. So I'm gonna bring my table saw. I have teeny tiny old school table saw that I like to use, and let me show it to you. It works great for the trim carpentry and stuff like that. It's pretty compact, and I just like it. So here it is. I'm gonna need an extension for it. And before I borrowed the extension, I can actually cut the verticals as well, and then I will run all of them through tables. So you do want to have a table saw as well for that kind of stuff. So what do you need next? You're gonna get your top piece in place, and you want to measure. You want to measure from the floor to the edge. Okay. So you measure your size, and also when you cut it exactly as wide as you need, you have room to put your tape measure in between, so you can see exact measurement but not fold your tape on the top, which is always not that cool. So, and the same stuff for here. You put it on the floor. I know that I'll have the floor here that would need to be patched or replaced, and I already told the customer that. So, and measure this one. Okay, so now when we mark both sides, we have different length of our different length on each side, because like I said, the flooring is off, and when we will cut it different height using the measurements to the top, we will have 90-degree here and 90-degree there, which is crucial for the top. And I just want to make sure the measurement is right. Perfect. It's perfect. So now I'm gonna cut two boards for this side, and for the other side. And you want to have nice 90-degree cuts on both sides. Never trust the factory cut, factory edge cut. Even if it looks nice, you better recut it or double check it first, because it might be bad. Hi, hi, Uncommon Woman. Thank you for joining again. Thank you for joining, guys. Like this live stream and double tap the screen to give it a like and subscribe as well. So now I'm gonna go and I'm gonna cut those. I'm gonna cut those two boards. I already have the measurements, and like I said, I'll just double check the corners. I mean the edges, to make sure that they are square. So yeah, on this side it's square, and always double check on any imperfections that you might find, because you better use the side that has less of them. Okay, so we got that going. I forgot the measurement, so I do a lot of tile work as well. So I got it as a rule for myself that I always put my mark right after my size. So pretty much when I cut my mark with a saw, I have exact size. So it always helps, because sometimes people, they put mark and for them the mark is the center, and you pretty much leave a little bit of a mark. So I don't know, I just got used to that, and I think it always works in my advantage. So I suggest you're doing the same stuff. Always mark after your actual size and cut your mark off. It's like a little detail, but it matters. And also, like, when it comes to cutting, you always want to make sure that you cut less than more. So, and keep your fingers away from the blade, not to get them injured, because I've seen that happen, like personally, to two guys. I mean, different guys in the different time, but I saw it. So it's not good, guys. It's not good at all. So we have our left side. It's a different tape measure. Always use the same tape measure. It's better to have the same tape measure for all the project. Like if multiple guys are building the house or something, it's also better to have the same tape measures, because they all, to be honest, they all have different sizing, and the only way to solve that is to use the same tape measure everywhere. So I got the left side ready, and just to double check, because I measured it like exactly. There is no teeny tiny gap that should be. So we have the top And now when I have the side like that, it should stand right there, just like this. Yeah, just like that. Perfect. Yeah, just perfect. It will be a little bit of a wiggle room for me to be able to move it if I need to. So it's great. And now I'm gonna cut the right side as well. I'm gonna double check the how square is the edge with my square, which is okay. It's okay to me the way it is now. And I want to double check the measurements. And here I have my measurements. Perfect. So let's cut that stuff. Okay. Like I said, you always want to cut kind of less and then move towards your mark so you can achieve the best cut and not to cut more than you need. So now we have that. Just to confirm before I put anything, I also want to make sure that it's gonna fit. So I'll put that thing. I could have kept the like sample piece like that I could use, but I'll be using that stuff. Perfect. Just exactly the same. Just a little bit of a gap for me, so then I can adjust the top and put it exactly where my laser mark is. So now we have that. We have all three sides, and it's time to run it through table. So in order to do that, you need to measure the width of your opening first. So thank you for staying tuned, guys. Thank you for joining, like this live stream, and subscribe to the channel, guys. So let me put you back on that actual opening. So I already cut three sides, and now I need to run it through the table. So, but for me to cut it right, because you have quite few ways to make a mistake here as well. So what I'm gonna be doing now, I'm gonna get my tape measure and I will measure my opening, the width, and I'll do it on the bottom on this side, and I'll put the mark. Also, keep in mind that if you have your inside corner closed, like I do here, usually it has tape and joint compound on it, and it means that you don't have to measure from this edge to this edge. You need to pretty much take the measurements of further side that is deeper here, because you don't want your casing to be kind of off angle. You want it to be 90-degree straight, like perpendicular to this surface. So that's why I'm going to be measuring from each side, pretty much like that. So I measure the center just in case. Okay, yeah, it's pretty much the same here. And I will do the top. So same. So then you do the middle here. Now it is less. Now I have this one, which is exactly what I have on the side behind me. Okay, so this one, yeah, perfect. This one and this one, yep. So now we got our measurement for all these sides, and it's important that you trim the back, so you trim the side that's on the inside of the closet, because it's less noticeable than the side from your face. And this side, it's already primed, but when you cut it, of course, you don't have any primer. Um, you just have the pine exposed. So whatever unevenness, you better have it on the inside. So I'm gonna double check my measurement before I forgot it. And now I'm gonna use you can use a tape measure to pretty much set your depth for desired measurement, or you can use the square. I mean, I have a carpenter square somewhere, the one that I like to use for those kind of applications, but it's kind of got messy in here since it's a real project. I'm not showing you some kind of uh, funky YouTube style that has everything perfectly looking and beautiful. In construction, it's always, I mean, in remodeling and stuff, it's always rough. Like you always have something going not the way you expect. You have like screws laying around, some other stuff. Okay, so since I'm not gonna be able to show that, let's proceed with tape measure. It works just the same. Just make sure like that part on your measure tape, it's really important. You see this side. So when you measure from the outside corner, you should kind of catch it, and then it's gonna pull like that. You see, and it's changing the side. So if you will put it to the inside corner without pushing it all the way, you'll have different measurements. So make sure when you do it, like for your table saw and stuff like I do now, make sure that you press it in. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, I always like to double check, because when you deal with new material, you can make mistake and cut it. Especially when I talk now, I can lose the track of some reality in some sort of speak, and it might be not as good. So we have our table saw, it's secured, but it's not connected to the power because I haven't switched my extension to that mode. So let's start from the top, and again, pay attention which side. Like if you have some scratches, like I do already on this side, I want to trim that side. So already has something on this side as well, some boogers, but that's okay, guys. Okay, so, and then I'm gonna cut whatever I don't need, which is not that much. You see, I wish I could just have the board that will be the size, but you always have different openings. Like this one is having drywall, drywall compound on it. It has the old studs that are actual 2x4s, not what they sell you now. And there was some kind of plywood inside, I don't know why. And then it was a drywall and joint compound again. So you want to have something that you can cut in order to customize it. So let's cut it, guys. Now I will start from the top piece. Okay, that is ready. I actually forgot to lower the blade because I don't got such a high material now. And like you always want to, like one of the safety things when it comes to working with a table saw is you want to adjust the height of your blade and have it pass your material just a tiny bit so that you have no problems with cutting through, but also it's not sticking out too far. The reason for that is if for some reason something goes wrong and you have your hand on a blade for some reason, you won't chop your fingers off, you will just cut, and that cut won't be that deep as cutting your fingers off. So it's one of the reasons why you want to set up always the height of your blade a little bit past the height of your actual material you're working with. So let's put it like that and just double check our width and make sure that we are satisfied with what we got, and it's exactly where I expected to have. So now we're gonna have to do the same for each side, guys. And these boards are longer. I'm trying to fit it all so you can see it in my camera angle view and stuff. So I'm gonna try maybe to adjust the camera a little bit. Thank you everyone for joining, for staying tuned. I really appreciate you guys, and if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. So guys, thank you. For those of you who just joined, I'm finishing that opening by using the jamb material. Then I'll be using the casing, also like craftsman style, kind of farmhouse square type. And then after we have that ready, we can put the closed doors inside that opening. So I'm gonna move my butt a little bit so it's not on the way. Should be long enough for me. Again, pay attention which side you use, and I always wanna, like, I like to use if I'm using factory cut that is square, I always put it to the bottom, since anyways, like the side that I cut, it will be much nicer than the side that was cut by a manufacturer. So I'm gonna keep it like that, and with that being said, I want that side to be on the top. It means that I would have to cut this side of the jamb to have factory cut on the bottom. And when you cut on your table saw, you always want to make sure you cut it like, and you have constant movement. You don't want to stop. So, and keep your fingers away. So you start and you push it. You don't want to do like what I just did while it still was running. I kind of pulled the board up, but it was because unfortunately I have my tripod and it's kind of got on its way. So I have that board, which is perfectly fine. You always want to double check. Sometimes your guard might go off on the table, so you want to make sure you have the same measurement like you do on this one, which I do because I've seen that happen to some guys as well. A long time ago, when I worked for a company, I had I had a dude who haven't secured his guard nice, and he ran quite few boards not the right way, and then he was like, uh, was surprised. By the way, I have some message for you guys. Look what I found. Somebody wrote, "Please like and subscribe." What it means, I don't know, but I think it's worth leaving a like and subscription as well. Thank you for joining. Hi, Sherry, Frenzer. Watch out for kickback. Yeah, you are also right. I better have, like, you better not to stand on the cut, but I know that because I cut just a little bit of that board, it's not a lot of resistance compared to if it was more of that. So uh, but it is what it is. I'll just bring my table saw closer, and so I don't bump into that thing. So okay, we have that side again. I'm checking what I have. I have factory edge on the bottom, and I have nice fine side over here. So I'm gonna be trimming this side. And I always, like, when I work, you don't see it, but behind the camera I have another light that is shining. It gives me much more light. So then when I remove this light, the work that was done with light looks much more better than if you had less if you have less light in the room. So it's one thing that I also always use. I'll probably do like that. So should have enough room. Should be enough for me. Yep. Just like that. You see I'm tight here. Okay. Okay, guys. So now we are done with that extremely dangerous tool, which is table saw, and we can move it out from our way and set it aside. And I like the fact that it's like really small and compact. It's old school kind of thing, but it works every time. It's easy to carry it with me, and I don't know, maybe at some point I will get like a battery powered one, but I haven't looked through that, and I was still happy with this old teeny tiny thing. So I want to get my broom and clean up a little bit of that mess right here. Guys, give this live stream a like and subscribe to the channel if you just joined. If you trying to figure out what I'm working on here, what I'm doing, I'm finishing the opening for bifold doors to be installed. So pretty much I'm gonna jamb it, then I'm gonna put the casing, and then we're gonna install bifold doors in that opening. So it's gonna look nice and beautiful, and the customer will be happy with the end result. And hopefully someone will be able to watch this live stream after it will be finished and also make their installation for themselves or for their customers. So we have that ready, and now guys, what we're gonna do, I'm gonna double check the width of that bottom piece. Let me make sure that the camera angle is right, guys. Guys, like this live stream by double tapping your screen and subscribe to the channel. So you see that opening. We're gonna do next. Now, like I said, I have the top piece and I have the top piece, and we have this side, and it should go on the top like that. So what I will do, I'll set that piece on the floor. I'll move my mess out of here. Now I'm gonna go to the camera and make sure you can see it nice and good. Pretty much, yeah. And then what I will do, you want to have nice and straight floor, have no mess like I do in a perfect world. But probably if you're in the middle of your project, you're gonna have something like that, since I just finished with the demo. So, and like I said, now I'll be using that as a reference. So I need to align this edge with the back of the board that I'm gonna be using. So just keep in mind not to put your fingers close to the point that where you're gonna shoot. I know that it's kind of crooked, but I'll shoot the top nail first, and then I'll do the other one. I'm not shooting it. I'm just trying now to align it. I'll keep my fingers away right at the moment when I'm gonna shoot, because you never know how the grain goes on this pine stuff, and it can get exactly into your finger. Okay, so now just keep in mind that it should be 90 degrees. The nail should go okay, and keep it straight, just like that. And then the back should be flush like it is in my case, and I'm gonna put few nails. So when you frame it, you want to angle your nails a little bit so they will go into the wood and be like shimmed and be held by your nails, not just completely straight. So I'll add a few more nails. Like I just said, I'll move it a little bit to the left, to the right. Pam, pam. So we have that side ready. It's nice and beautiful. And we're gonna do the same stuff. So you see that corner is nice and good. And we're gonna do the same stuff for the other side. Okay, here is our right side. And sorry, just because of that mess that I pretty much can't move, I can't show it as clear as it could have been, but I'll try to make it happen for you guys, because it's exact. I have the dustpan in here. So believe it or not, like these people, they are fixing this house is like a fixer upper, but they're really nice people, and they really wanna, like, they really worry about how it is gonna look like. which materials gonna be used, and they just want it to look nice. And for people who want to buy it in future, they just want to make sure these people gonna love it. So they just said that they want to make this opening look like the rest of the openings here, with gem material. And guys, it has like some old lumber the rest of the house. So this one that we are doing is just gonna look so much beautiful compared to the rest of the house. But I mean, there is no other way. I just like doing it like my best, and then I just can't do crappy work. That's it. Even if I'm not getting enough from that project or any other, like, I just like to do the best work I can. And always, like, I had one plumber that told me something when I was a kid. He said, try to do your best, and some shit will always happen. So I can agree more than enough with him, because it's true. Like, just we have to do our best, and then, like, we are all human beings, and we can make mistakes, and your work that you try to do the best way, always can something can happen, and it might look not that great. So you better try to do it nice from the very beginning, because stuff like that might happen anyways. Okay, so now we have it ready, guys. I'm hoping that I made no mistake, and my inside should be 48 and a half, which is exactly 48 and a half on the top. And what we're gonna do now, guys, thank you, Sheriff Nazar, for your participation. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's true. So now, when I got that box assembled, we're gonna just bring it up, and just like so, we're gonna turn it. You see, this side is like we cut it, so it's unfinished. It has no primer on it. And we're gonna put it right in here. And this opening now will be bigger than that size. I know that because I removed one 2x4 on this side in order to be able to fit this. So we spaced the top, and so when it comes for that stuff, you have to follow your wall. You don't have to, like, use the laser to line it up or anything like that. But when it comes to this parallel, I mean vertical, you want to make sure it's nice and straight. So another thing that I usually like to do, I'm hoping that it won't fall, I like to get a clamp. So I know that it won't fall when I'm working on it. And also, you can line it up sometimes if you have the door opening like that, where you don't have a big of a gap like here, it can catch the bottom side. So what I will do now, I'm gonna, like, my goal is to push it all the way on this side first. I'll put that clamp over here just to kind of, like, so it doesn't go anywhere except where I want it to go. Just like that. And it can shift left to right, but it won't go, it won't fall out of your opening. Okay, so now when we have that, I have this laser set up here, the red one. And my goal is, I know that the bottom is sticking out, so what I'll do, I'll push it all the way. I'll make sure that it lines up with both sides, and I'll nail it right away, because I can't push it like more than that. I already have the stud behind it. Just want to make sure there is actually the nail that's sticking out, and it might be blocking me from achieving the best result. So I'll just hit it to make it bend. Okay, just like that. Just like that. A little bit here. Also to make sure it's not an obstacle. Okay, so now I can push it even more. Yeah, so perfectly. Here's my line. I can see that it's flush with the bottom of the wall. Just like that. It is. And again, for you, always more important to have the face, flush. So, okay, I just checked, and when I put the casing, it will be perfect on this side, and it's pretty okay on the opposite side here as well. So I'll just nail the bottom with no shims, since it's the tightest spot over here. And I'm doing the same. I'm kind of keep in mind that you have the drywall on the edges, and just shoot into the lumber, and also shooting it kind of diagonal, and like I'll do 4. I'll do 4 at the bottom, because it's not that noticeable, but we want to make sure that it's secured nicely. Okay, now I'm gonna project that line. And I'm gonna use these shims. I'm gonna use these shims. And we want to do the top first. So we'll see. I'll start from 2 shims, and then we'll see how much I will need. So I'll need, and you want to slide them equally from both sides if your opening is not crooked. So yeah, just like that. It's much easier to work if you have the laser. Much easier. So okay. So now it is perfect here. We just need to press it. Make sure your top is flush on this side, which I can see that it's flush because I have my clamp. And again, the same stuff. We're just nailing it, kind of. I shoot this one from here and this one from here, so it will hold it there at the bottom. And I can do one more at the center. Okay, and now you just do the same stuff a little bit lower, somewhere here. Pretty much the same logic as if it was some kind of a door, like actual door. So always like keep an eye to make sure it's nice and tight, because when you press it, sometimes it will get kind of soaked inside, just like that, and you'll have a different size than on the bottom. Perfect. And the same for here. Sometimes these boards, they are crooked, so it's really important to have, like when you have laser, you actually see the stuff. So I'm always kind of installing it equally from both sides, unless I see that I need to push one side more, because sometimes your door jamb is crooked. So now I have that thing perfectly lined up and looking perfectly nice. So I'm gonna shoot it again, and I always shoot where I have my shims, so they won't fall and they will be secured nicely. Perfect. So when that is ready, you can get your multi-tool. Okay, now I can see that it's nice and perfect. I will remove that clamp from here, and I don't need it anymore. So I can shut this laser off on this side, and I will switch to another laser on the other side here. Measure that casing that I have to make sure that it will cover that gap. It's like 3.5. It might be close, too close. So, oh, it's perfect. It's gonna be perfect. Yeah, it's gonna cover everything. 3.5. Yeah, it's just perfect. Three and a half. Yeah, perfect. Okay, guys. So what we gonna have now? So I will set this laser. Just wanna see how far it is. Just need to double check the top. I'll slide my laser a little bit lower so I can see the actual bottom. Yeah, these lasers, they make life much more easier than it was before they were invented. Just like that. Okay, so I will go nice and slow, not to move my floor. Guys, like and subscribe to the channel, please. So now we have, you see, we have tons of that stuff. I removed the 2x4, but I might want to cut some of these things as spacers, and I need an extension. So I need to cut few blocks because shims won't be enough. So sometimes you can cut something that you already use for your installation. Okay. Okay, so I'm ready with that. And I already bumped the laser. Thank you guys for joining, everyone. Thank you for your likes, guys. Like and subscribe to the channel. So this is actually, you see, I can use some of that stuff just like that. Okay, we got that. Actually have different blocks that can fit, that could possibly fit somewhere. but they won't. Okay, I'm gonna use one piece as I originally planned. One piece like that and two shims, just like this. One of these and one of that. Perfect. Maybe a little less, just don't want to make it crooked. Perfect. And we shoot in the top. Then we can remove our clamps here, and then I want to bump the bottom, make sure it's flush, just like that. Maybe even too much. Yep, like this. And then I'm gonna use one of these blocks as well at the bottom. And man, it's just it's exactly where that floor cut was. So we are lucky that that guy didn't cut it. Let me see if I put two of them. No, that would be too much. If I'll put one like that, that should be. I better put small one like this, and again two shims. So again, you place your shims equally from each side, unless you see that one side is more crooked, then you can push one side more and another side less than that. And I need to get a piece a little bit bigger than that because it's way too small. Okay, so this is perfect. The only thing I need to push that stuff more from this side. Just like that. And keep in mind that when you shoot it, it will be more tight than less. So perfect. Now I want to double check my measurements, the bottom. So the bottom is, make sure it's the same like the top. So it's 48 and a half plus, like almost like 48 and 5/8, almost 48 and a half plus the center, 48 and a half plus. It's one of the reasons why I like lasers, because 40, yeah, it's just perfectly. It's not even like slightly off. It's exactly where it needs to be. So I'm gonna shoot that thing right here. And you want to make sure that it goes through all that stuff, so it doesn't somehow randomly goes off. Okay, and then we have two more to place. You can actually put that stuff in some kind of a shim. Yeah, just like that. Perfect. I'm gonna also oh, my favorite moment when you have nailed it, didn't go all the way through. Okay, for thin shims, I usually use my knife like that. And you just kind of break it, and sometimes you end up with stuff like that, but that's okay. Perfect. And for thicker stuff, I'll be using the multi-tool or escalating tool, whatever you call it. Where it's at, it's right here. So since it's just a little bit, I'm gonna try to hammer it. And it actually went in, so should be perfectly fine. I also toe-nailed some of these shims inside the actual wall, just to make sure it goes where it should. Yeah, it's kind of hard from this side. Okay, so now we can do the top, and I'll just shoot it to these two pieces. And actually, you see, I have to shim them as well. so it doesn't flex. Okay, that's great. Like that. Okay. Perfect. Let me just shoot one more, just in case. Okay. We have that. That is ready. And I like the fact that we have nice and clean flooring. I put it like as tight as possible, and it was exact measurements that we need. Just exact. Okay, so we have that ready, and we don't need actually the laser anymore, so we can shut it off. We can shut it off, guys. And now we can put our marks. And actually this one would need to be trimmed. So that wall was framed by these guys, and I assume it's also like that. So let me see. Yeah, it's like 3 inches. And this is so 3 5/8. And this is 3 3/8. So it is off just like, and that stuff I'm pretty sure from this corner it's also now gonna be different. So it's like 7 3/8, a little bit more. 7 3/8, and now it is 8. It's 8 at the bottom. Can you imagine how crooked it is? And I actually told the customer that, like, when I put the casing, you'll see the difference because it's white and that stuff is gray. And they said that's fine, and I said it's fine for me as well. So okay, so what I'll do, I'll make my mark. I'll make my mark here. I usually like to use speed square for that, to mark where I have to stop my actual. Oh, my I can see that my microphone just died, so I will switch it. I'll connect this one back. Guys, let me know if you can hear me better now. I'm hoping that there's no malfunction. There's no any noises that shouldn't be there. Please, if it's better, somebody let me know in the chat so I can stop harassing your ears and hearing, please. And give this live stream a like by double tapping your screen and subscribe to the channel as well. So let's put that top piece, guys. I just cut it and I have it with me. So, and again, I usually like to use 18 gauge for that finish carpentry, and usually it's plenty. So just like that, and all the gaps, they were covered, no issues whatsoever. I always do the sides, then I do one at the center, then I do two more in between. It's much easier to make it symmetrical than shooting random stuff, thinking that it looks nice, but it doesn't. I know that it's not that significant, but I mean, if you can do it better, it's always better to do better. Okay, so I'm gonna shoot this one. For some reason, it's not enough, so I went out of nails, and I was like, why it's not holding? It is because there is no nails in there. I'm hoping I shoot the nails here. Yeah, it seems like, yeah. Seems like, okay. I like this stud sensor a lot. It shows me exactly where I have lumber and where I don't have it. At least it's supposed to show. And actually, I don't know what I'm doing. I have 2x4 there that it goes all the way. So yeah, it will be secured pretty much anywhere where I shoot. Perfect. Just perfect. Okay. And then we have that side. So pretty much the same logic would be for the inside as for this side. So probably I'll show just this side. So now I'm gonna get what? I'm gonna measure how uneven this is. So in the half. And then here it's okay. So I'm gonna cut the height first from that one, and I actually might, yeah, I'm gonna cut the height first. Yeah, this floor is also crooked here, so I don't even know what to do. I always like to push on those laminate corners, especially now when it's just crooked, and they're gonna call those gaps anyways. So 81, it's like 81 exactly. So I'm gonna bring another piece and cut it 81. Perfect. So what now I will do, I'll come, since I have the baseboard, actually we'll need to do it a little later, but yeah, so pretty much. Okay. Something is telling me that it's just crooked tape and stuff. So here it should be flush, and then it starts to having that kind of like a curve. Okay, just like that. So I marked how deep it is on the bottom. So what I will do, I'll get one more piece of casing that is brand new, and I'll use it as a straight edge because it's really straight, and I don't have anything else close to me right now, so I'll be using that stuff. The only thing is quite long, but should work. And I also measured where, so it should start somewhere here, that crookedness. It doesn't start like, so pretty much full casing will fit on the top, but it won't fit starting somewhere here. Perfect. And then I just put my mark just like that, And then we're gonna have to run it on a table saw. And I already moved it aside probably, yeah. So what I can do, I still want to do it on a table saw. I think it will look nicer with a table saw. Thank you everyone for staying tuned. Thank you for joining. Hi. Let me know if you can hear me better, guys. Like and subscribe to the channel, please. So I have last piece that I need to put here before we can actually start installing those doors. And it's pretty fast when you have all the sizing right. I might want to trim the bottom at the very end, but at the bottom of the bifold doors. But now let's focus more. Let's focus on the trimming. It's already 10 o'clock, guys. In United States, Tennessee at least. Okay, so here's our table saw, and we're gonna trim. I marked that line, and I'm just gonna. It's gonna be freehand. And now I have the baseboard, guys, on the bottom. So let me move that piece out of the way. And what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna place it right under, just like that, and mark where my baseboard is, like that. I'm gonna take it out, place it right here, and I'm gonna mark where I need to cut it here. And I'm gonna get a square, mark those lines. Here it is, just like so. And then I can also use table saw for that, since it's already plugged. Just have to be careful. Let's check it out. I think there is. I could use my razor blade and just remove a little bit from that inside corner, just so I can push it more into the corner and have less of a gap. Just like that, since we have a tape and all that stuff in the corner usually. So just like that. And usually I try to nail it symmetrically also on the other side as well. Because this side just like that. And one more in the center here. And two more here. So, okay. Let me know if you can hear me better now, please. If you are still here, guys, let me know if you can hear me better. If you hear me at all, please. Somebody, let me know. So, when you buy your doors, always make sure that hardware matches the door, because here's the door that I got, and it was made by that reliable. Here you know, okay, that's great. So I got it at Lowe's, and it was made by this company. So you open it, and it shows you which parts you should have. So for the doors that I got for upstairs, it was different hardware, not for this door and not that hardware. So I ended up having troubles because of that. So guys, make sure that you have the right hardware first before you proceed with installation. So we're gonna open it, and I'm gonna show you in a second what you're gonna see inside your package. I'm gonna open two of them right away so we can see what we have. Because like I said, I got two doors for upstairs. There was a one hardware. They wasted maybe hour of my life just to explain them and wait for them to understand what's the problem. So first, this is what you're gonna have. That stuff will go on the bottom on one side and on another, since we have two doors. And you have the different packages with screws, and usually the short ones, they are for that. And sometimes you can use one long, one short, but in that case, with the thickness of a door jamb, one should be enough. And most of the pressure will go down anyways. And you can drill through your floor. I personally not gonna be drilling through that laminate because it's considered floating floors and it should kind of slide. So I won't be putting those two screws down. I'll like this one. I won't be putting it. I will be putting just those two. So I'm gonna open the package, one and another one, and I'm gonna get those screws out of the package. And now I'm interested in small screws because we're gonna start with the bottom piece first. So for the bottom one, like you see they have screws like this and they have screws like that. So for the bottom you need screw like that. So then when it's open, it doesn't rub over the head. Just make sure you can always read instruction and make sure which one you need to use. So I'm gonna grab those two pieces, and we have 1.5 inch mark on the bottom, and I'm gonna center it here, and I can visually do it. I mean I see that. So I'm gonna get my impact drill, and I'm gonna put those two screws, and I always start from the one that goes. There is one that if you miss, it will be crooked, but there is another one that has room to play it from side to side. I always start from this one. Make sure it's centered. Press it first into the wood, and then just go slow. Okay, this is another one. And again, like I said, I just don't like drilling the floor, and like you don't have to. It's gonna sit on it. So then I'm gonna turn. And also, if you made a mistake and you made a hole in the floor, like there is nothing you can do about it if you need to move it. But if you did it just on the wall, you're gonna be good. So again, the same stuff. I'm gonna position it, press, make sure, yeah, it moved a little bit, so I will adjust it, and then it's good. Okay, we have that. and we have, and you'll see now how quick that stuff goes compared to like putting the jamb and everything. That was quite complicated. I mean, time consuming. So also you're gonna have something like that in your package, and it's a track. You see, it's a track, and it has this side, and it should go to the side, and another track, it will go also to another side. So pretty much when you put it, you see almost nothing at the center, but you have those metal pieces on the sides. They also give you like a spring, you see, and they have two different springs, the bigger spring and the smaller spring. So I mean the plastic is, one plastic is smaller, one is bigger. So I want to check the actual, so if they have anything that they state about those actual, let me see the instruction. They should explain which way they used, which one. No, they don't explain nothing. So from what I see and I understand, it should be a big one between those two. So should be this one, guys. So I will start installing it, and I will correct myself if I was wrong. So I have this track, and where's another one? It's on the other side. So I'm gonna grab another track, and I need the screws. So you have long screws like that. This is the screws you want to use for your bifold track, and just get as many of them as you can from the package, because you will need quite few. So also, like in my case, the top is perfectly leveled, the top of my jamb, and the sides are perfect. So the only thing is the bottom, it's gonna be going like so. I'll be able to install this door here, but that door, probably because of the slopage, I might need to cut the bottom, and it might not actually even fit, or it will be higher than this door, but we'll see right now what's gonna be. So I got my screws, I'll put it in my back pocket, and then we have our marks on the top. So you should start by placing one of the tracks. Just put the screw in your impact or drill, whatever you have. Actually, you know what? I want to double check how tight they fit. So first, before attaching anything, I'm just gonna put them one to one side, one to another, and see what do I have here. And I will bring them like tied to one another, but I will leave the space on each side, guys, because we can always adjust that that thing. So what I will do, I will measure exact center, and I'll draw the line with a pencil. So it's like 50, so it should be, so 49 and a half, right? 48 and a half. So it should be 2 1/4, 2 1/4. just like that. And then 2 1/4 from here, and then I will see exact center, right? 2 1/4, 2 1/4. Yeah, and here's my center, and it will be covered anyways. So I know that it is my center. Okay, and then I will start attaching them from the center. And I need to start from this one. Actually, no matter which one you want to start with. Just like that. Here is my mark. Here is my 1-inch mark. Then I can see. Make sure like you don't stand right under. If you're like me and you don't have the eye protection on you, your screw might fall and hurt your eye. So you don't want that to happen. And again, find the center. Find the center. Trying to stop it. Just like that. And press it. Perfect. So then you put that thing here in place next to your mark. And then also just like that. And then they have some random marks here. I don't know why. I don't know why they drilled. They probably drilled the whole track and then they cut it into pieces, and it doesn't make any sense. So what I will do, I'll just drill one. I will just run through one screw over here because it's gonna be centered, but not something random. Because it makes more sense to me. Okay, so then I'm placing that thing with the spring in here, in between, so it will be serving as a stop kind of like thing that's gonna retract it back and help you to retract it. And you can always install them after they have like the ears when you press it, because you should put some here, I think so, if I'm not getting it wrong. But oftentimes they're just end up falling off over time and just laying somewhere, so people don't have any of them. They should invent something different because it's not working the way it should work. So okay, so we're gonna have that thing. I will just slide it probably. Am I gonna be able to slide it? I don't actually know. At least the spring, yeah. Okay, so should have enough room. So now we have that thing. It should be quite connected. Okay, just like that. Just press it first. So perfect. And then we can slide our plastic thingy back in place and adjust the spring so it goes evenly on both sides. Just like that. It does. And now we're gonna get another 2 screws, and I'm gonna drive 1 screw right here. And another one in the center again, because I mean, it's better here, so I'll probably drive it in this hole. It's not exact center, but it doesn't hold any weight. Most weight is on the bottom, and only this thing will kind of have the pressure that will try to go over here. So pretty much you just need to make sure your screws are stabilized. So now guys, I'm gonna grab the hammer and I'm gonna show you the actual door, and we'll be able to bring those doors. So I need to remove my laser, my stud sensor, and so I already lined up those two doors, and I have the top on the same side and the bottom on the other side. So, and it's time for me to explain some other stuff. So we're gonna put those springs, you can always put them later. You see those ears, like, you see these ears? Yeah. So you can just press it in and push it in after you install the whole thing. It's not a big deal. And I don't think that we're gonna need them, but maybe we will. So the screws and everything, pretty much at that point, we don't need any of that stuff. So we have the door knobs, which we will need, and I'll show you how to put them pretty soon. So we have that things that we need, but for now, so we have the top, guys, and on one door on the right side we should have this stuff. You see that thing? It should go in the corner on one door over here, just like that, and it will go into the metal piece that's right here in the hole. The same on the other door on the other side, on the opposite. So let me show you how you put it in. So also pay attention, you see this one, when you press it, it goes out. There is no bottom on that plastic piece, but sometimes they have the bottom, and if you will start hammering that thing inside, it will break the bottom through and the spring will just go out and you will damage that whole thing. That thing is different. When you hit it, it will hit that lip, so it's not gonna hurt anything. So on one door we need to put it on this side, just like that. On the right, on this door we need to put it on the left side. If you have just one door, then it's like much easier for you. On this door it should go right here. Just pay attention that you have the same sections. Like this design, you see it's like smaller, bigger, smaller on the top, so at least it's all the way in the house everywhere. Okay, so we got that. Then you have those two things. See that? Also pay attention that it goes out, but they reinvented them. I think they're not gonna have the bottoms anymore. So you have the other hole and another on that side that need to go exactly there on the top. So let's hammer them in place. Perfect. And the same stuff for here. And then we got two of these guys. You see, they have threads, they don't have anything, so no springs, no nothing. So just leave it a little bit out like that. Just make it equally. I mean, if you have nice even floors, but if not, this will be used for adjustment in the future. So we have the bottom of the door, and where you put that kind of metal thingy, you see, like here, the one that doesn't have the wheel. So it should go on the same side at the bottom. So let's hammer it down. So that metal thing that has no wheel, this one, and we're gonna hammer it into this door the same way, the bottom. And we have it on the opposite side. On that door right here, it goes on the same side. You can use metal hammer, it won't damage nothing. Perfect. Just don't go too crazy on it, not to break this threads, like plastic threads. Okay, and now what we're gonna do, let's go back to our opening. Let's go back to our opening. We're gonna start from the door on the right side. I know that I still have all that mess, but my goal is to show it to you guys, make it quick as it possibly can be, and also just install the doors because I'm gonna go home after that. So I'm grabbing that door, and with everything that I measured and everything that was on the package, it says that it should go over there without any problems. So it should be no issues whatsoever. We might need to adjust the bottom, the top, and all sorts of stuff. So the way you do it, so first thing, you slide that plastic thing. So you can put it on your feet. Then where you have that spring, you pass that spring, you click it in place. Then you press it up, and then you align your bottom with that. I have some junk that's on my way, guys. You want to get rid of everything that might be on your way. So you align the bottom thing and you drop it in place. So it clicks like that. And then you press this one with your finger. And you see that stuff might come off because it's kind of angled. So just like that. And we're gonna need to adjust that stuff and bring it to the side. So there are a few ways how it can be done. I have my adjustable wrench somewhere, and I'll probably use it for that if I will find it right here somewhere, because it was somewhere. I saw it somewhere. I don't want to take it off. Take it off again. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel so you can see future live streams, and yeah, just let me know in the chat if you have any questions. So probably, I mean, it never goes fast enough. So what I will do, I will have to use my impact drill and just kind of wiggle it back and forth. Then I'm gonna readjust it and put it somewhere here. And I want to see where it's gonna be this way if I put it this way. So it should be about, I think, a little bit less than a 1/4 inch that I left for this gap, just like that. So now I think of course, don't be me, don't unscrew it all the way. I just unscrewed that top piece, but I see that screw, so that's okay. They're just floppy. The way they do it is just floppy. Okay, so okay, should be good at this moment. Now we can press that thing in place, just like that, that thing in place. Okay, so, and I can say that I need to move it even more. So again, I have to take it off, guys. Just, they might have stated on the instruction how far you need to bring it, but you know, it's always something. Just like that. We'll see if that will work right now. So yeah, that is quite even right now. And you see we already have one door. Perfect, yeah. We're gonna need to mark for the handle, and probably I would I would push it a little bit up and I unscrew that bottom piece just to lift it up a little bit, because to me it seems too low, and then the left door also might be too low. Also keep an eye that, like, make sure that it's not rubbing uh, the bottom of the side, because if it does, after you paint it, it will be scraped. And also take a look on the bottom and make sure that the bottom is also good. So guys, yeah, now it's now it's hard to remove it because I already lifted it up. So what I'm doing now, I know that we already put it in place and I was so proud of us, but you know what, yeah, I will actually adjust it another day. So it looks fine to me. So I will adjust it to the left side with small tiny wrench another day when I come to put the inside casing. So for now it's pretty good anyways, because it's a little bit tight here. These doors, they are warped, right? They're not perfect. So main thing, keep an eye on the bottom. Make sure it doesn't touch your screws after you paint it, everything. You don't want it to touch your screws. Okay, so and then we're gonna bring another door, guys. And after that, I'll just need to mark for the knobs. We'll drill the hole, put our knobs, and we'll be ready, guys. So the same stuff. So what I can do actually, before I place that in place, I want to measure how far from here that thing is, and it is, the center of that thing is somewhere like 1 inch and 3/8, almost a little bit past it, I would say. 1 inch and 3/8. So the hole should be 1 inch and 3/8, and I can get my impact, do it, and then move it to 1 inch and 3/8, just like so. Just like that. Then we're gonna secure it back in place, just like that. And then, like, I like those people like who package these doors. They use the scotch and they put it directly on the face. So you see that, and this, you have to remove it. You have to use like a glue gun or any other adhesive remover or something that you can use to remove it from your doors, because the paint won't stick to none of that stuff. Okay, so we're gonna put that thing here, just like so. And again, then we put our bottom, and then we align that thing. At least it's the way I like to deal with it. And since it's already, you know what, since it's too high, I'm gonna adjust that thing and I'm gonna screw it in, because we have that flooring much lower here. And of course it won't screw in just with my hand, so I'm gonna need to get some kind of pliers, because like it's the way it usually works in life. Sometimes it works that way. So I'm gonna screw it in all the way. And this is the where we need that adjustment, when we have uneven floors and we need to line up stuff. So I'll leave it like that, and we will see just like that. Oh. I can actually slide even two of them, you know, and just angle the whole thing. Maybe, just like that. Because I know that I can do that, and my super leg can hold almost anything. And then I'm hoping that it will go in here. Yeah, and it does. Okay, so then we drop it in place. We look at the gap, it looks equal. And then we have what? Then we have, so that thing is, so probably, so it is pressing too much. It means that it's too big of a spring. So probably it tells me that, let me, oh, it's probably, it got pushed there. So then you would have to play on all these adjustments and stuff, and that stuff, as I can see, needs to be moved even more. So that side needs to be lifted to line it up, to be able to line it up. Just like that. And the way how we did these doors, they also have different sorts of different gaps. So probably because these hinges, they are pressing, so yeah, that stuff needs to be adjusted. So I will probably deal with adjustments on Monday. But the main logic, guys, if you need, like, in order to align the top, you need to unscrew the bottom and lift it up or bring it down. This is the way you adjust the top. To adjust the sides, you use that screw on the top and you unscrew it. It's better to get the wrench and kind of unscrew it, push it to the side, then tighten it, then unscrew it, push it, tighten it. So pretty much the logic is that you're gonna have the gaps like here, and the same at the middle, but like this door is different than this one. So somewhere in between you should have this gap. And on the bottom, you just simply lift it, you move it, you drop it down. This is the way you adjust the clearance, like here on the bottom. And let me show you the fastest way to do your door knobs. So first, I need to get the drill bit somewhere I don't quite remember where I put it, but I put it somewhere. So I have some big drill bit here. So pretty much you can get almost anything. Like I'm gonna get a paint stick. Like almost everyone has a paint stick, or like something straight. So usually you want to put your handles here at the middle and here at the middle. Or you can put it like, the only problem is that over a time sometimes also if it's rentals, like people they pull too much and they can break the back and make the hole, so then you have to put the washers. And some people they like to put their knob here because you have piece of wood that's running all the way down, so it will be more support. But if you are about aesthetics like myself, we're gonna center it right here. So you see that section, we have that corner here and that. So we're not gonna measure nothing. We don't want to spend time on measuring when we can skip this step. And then somewhere approximately here at the center, so we align this corner, that, and somewhere at the center we make the mark. Then we put it like that from here to here, make diagonal, and then we put another mark, just like so. And then we go on another side, we put it right here. We put it right here. And here is our center. And then we get our drill. I had the drill bit ready somewhere. Oh, here it is. So then you get your drill bit. It should be a little bit thicker than the diameter of your screw that should go in there. So you pretty much just drill through. You can drill through that stuff. Just like that. Drill through this one. And again, if you want to reinforce it, you just put the washer from behind, like you slide the screw through the washer, and that washer will be kind of giving you extra leverage while you pulling it. By the way, thank you everyone for joining. Said hi, Luca the man. Thank you, chat cheer too. Thank you, my friend. So let me do what? I'm gonna get the doorknob and I put them on the window. So for the doorknobs, they usually give you the bolt that doesn't have, you see, the tip is not sharp. Let me put my hand so you can see. You see the tip? It's not sharp. It's like flattened. So you have two of them, and you have two doorknobs. And you can get other doorknobs, just like not these ones, because it's just window. They're gonna paint that whole thing. So, I mean, I would probably choose something that would match your hardware, like brushed nickel, wherever was used here. Hi, thank you, Uncommon Woman. Thank you. You see, I almost did it. It was rough and nasty, and now it's beautiful. It's one of the things that I like about doing remodeling, that you have a skill to turn something ugly or non-functional into nice looking and functional. So, okay, I'm gonna switch my drill bit. I'm gonna put it here and open the door. I think I might have put I put the long spring, and I might have used the short spring because it's pressing too much. So here's the thing. Yeah, and when you drill, don't press too hard because you can break through the paper and then it won't be covered by the screw. So, but anyways, I would suggest to use some kind of some kind of a washer, guys, because it's just MDF. It's not wood. It's not a plywood, so it might break. So here it is. Something is rubbing. Okay, the top is touching, the bottom is touching, everything is touching. Okay, I'm gonna move that side. Yeah, for now it's just not to have it touching. So you see it opens. It all opens nice and good. It stops, and then let's put it from the opposite side, so they have a knob there. And you know what, like the closet doors were installed actually in this bathroom before. Like somebody put the bifold doors inside the closet. Can you imagine that? And I don't know how it can be possible. It was just interesting to see that somebody made those interesting decisions. Okay, so now I have that ready. Another thing that, guys, you need to know is that there is a such a thing as that stuff, and I want to explain what it is and why you need it. So that thing supposed to go like that, like this, and hold kind of doors to make them aligned. And that stuff, sometimes you need it, sometimes you don't. Like if it lines up, if you close it and it lines up at the bottom nice and flush, which it doesn't in my case, I want it to be like the bottom to be flush, then you will have to install that thing. And usually it goes somewhere about that high, and you just drive the screws from one side here. You can actually put it, it's pretty quick. So the other small screws that you have, you can use exactly for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and they give you more screws. Like usually they didn't give you much more, but now they give. Hi, Hat. Thank you for joining, and thank you for staying tuned, everyone. I really appreciate it. So I'm gonna put it right here because like the top is aligned by your track, but the bottom is not. So that thing is designed to secure your bottom. So pretty much you can. There is no need to measure anything, just to visually place it where it's comfortable for you to drive your screw gun. Make it flush the edge with the edge of the door, and just start driving it just like that. And you can always adjust that thing. You can always adjust it. And just like that. So then I'm gonna shut myself in here and cry for a little while, guys. Sorry, I'm just kidding. I'm just gonna put the opposite side, make sure that it's lined up correctly. So now I'm gonna open it, put it the second screw in place. Just don't go through too much. Just stop when you went in, not to break the threads. Okay, so now I'm gonna take out my circular saw, cobbled And we're gonna see how nicely it aligns on the bottom. Yeah, with that thing, it's much better. So, like I said, I still need to deal with the top, and I need to kind of unscrew it there and here to make it nice and parallel. But I'll actually, yeah. But I will do it another day. I'll do it another day. And you know already how to do that by just using your wrench. By using your wrench. It's quite weird why that thing. Yeah, so it's like that screw is almost touching at the bottom. Like for the top, I even used a chisel and I made it recessed. So those screws and that bottom thing is flush with that thing, so that I can bring it even tighter and have smaller gap here, because over there I had a gap, like I didn't have any gap at all, almost. So yeah, you can always open the door and adjust it. So this is what I'm probably gonna do. I'm gonna bring it a little bit inside. Let me see. Oh man, what I did even worse than it was. Let's try now. So I think there should be different sort of a spring here. Might be the small one. Let me try the small one. Like I said, I will correct myself closer to the end of installation if I did something, because oh yeah, the gap is just as sexy as it could be. So that is perfect here. It's quite big, I would say, but I mean, it just takes a lot of room for that thing to kind of. I'll lift it up even more. If I could, I will. Yep, I can. So I will do that because I can, and I want to make sure the top. Yeah, so it's not. Oh, it's even too much. Still too much. No, it's okay. Now I have to move it a little bit to the. Yeah, just like that. Okay. Okay. So now we have that, and it's all perfectly lined up, and it's just those stupid springs, I would say. So let's try the small one. I just don't quite. I don't get these things. I don't like these springs. It's just the dumbest thing that you could imagine. Yeah, there should be it like it feels like there should be a big one in here, but where should I have the small ones? I don't quite understand. So I probably will end up, or maybe they're just no, they are just too big and too small. So I don't know, but what I see is that without any spring, it works better. I think it's just the way they build this section. It has bigger of a gap, and it's not much I can do about it. Just not much. But it looks nice the way it is, and overall I'm happy with the result. So give this live stream a like, and if you're watching this after it was live, also give it a like and subscribe to the channel. So I mean, as you can see, it looks nice and beautiful, and it's finished. The only thing I need to do the inside, but I already showed you how to do the outside. So here is how to install bifold doors in your closet, and how to jamb your opening and put the casing over it. So hi Rania Ben, I'm doing awesome. I'm doing outstanding. How about yourself? Thank you for joining. I'm doing great. So pretty much that's it. It will take me some time now to collect that mess, all this mess that I left here. Just to show you, it's like a lot of stuff. You see, it's like a lot of stuff, but I'm gonna be quick. So here's what I got left from that kit, and I'll just put it in a baggie. And I don't know, like, I will double check. Maybe I will need to put those. Thank you, Uncommon Woman. I appreciate you a lot. I tried to do my best, and it actually worked nice. It looks pretty good, and I don't see actually much of unevenness here where they made their wall out of plumb. So yeah, because they made everything, like they put this door and just you see, you open it and it shuts, like it just opens by itself. You open the entry door. Let me show you. You probably oh no, you should see me. So you open entry door, and here's what you get. Bam, the same stuff. So whoever, and they framed the wall in here, so it's not a standard depth of the wall. So whoever framed that thing, he just used a bad level. That's all. That's why it's really important to check, because he was even chiseling somebody else's frame that was done a long time ago, when I believe they just used plumb and weight pretty much that was hanging down, which never fails actually. If you have actual plumb, like for masonry, you won't ever make a crooked wall or crooked anything. If you have any questions, just drop them in the chat. You can ask me. I can talk to you guys and give you some answers if you need to, because it will take me some time to put the tools back and everything, and clean a little bit. I need to clean at least a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna put some of that stuff in my tools. This is the shims. It was his shims, so I still need them for the upstairs. I like this DeWalt gun. It's really nice. I mean, it's been serving me for years and never fails. Never. I don't like that. It's kind of, I have to have a air compressor and to have it always hooked. But when you do a lot of stuff, it's actually better. You don't like, it's lightweight compared to like battery, the cordless one, and or the hoseless one. I don't know what would be the right probably to say in this case. I'm always taking my tools every time, at least the most expensive stuff, because you never know. Like, I just had some people who their tools got stolen, so it's always, you never know. Like back in Ohio, also I had some guy that had, like, he was doing flip home, and I was actually worked also in that house, and somebody broke through and they stole a bunch of tools, and it is not good when something like that happens. So usually I just leave cheap stuff or something that only extremely stupid person would try to steal. But that guy, I told him, like, he's putting his tools, the customer, he's putting his tools so that pretty much everyone can observe it, and there is nothing on the windows. And if someone will look through the window, they might decide that it's a nice idea to maybe break in or what. I'll leave my compressor here since I don't want to carry it with me, and actually I might end up needing it. I don't know. I'm gonna go to another project tomorrow, so I might need it. Okay. It should have been more organized in my case, but it's usually the way it is. You just put stuff and then you just take stuff with you, and I just still need to fix my truck. Inside my truck I build myself 2 drawers, like huge pull-outs that I just have all those tools, and usually what I need I just put it in my tote every time. So I put it in my tote and it's exactly what I need for that project, not just because I'm not just doing one trade, I'm doing multiple trades, and like sometimes you need a little bit of a plumbing stuff, sometimes you need a little bit of that, and you just can't carry it all in one bag and be like, this is my plumbing stuff, this is my drywall stuff, this is my taping stuff. No, it's not in my case. In my case, that won't work. So by the way, thank you every one of you guys for following me, for subscribing, for your likes. It means a lot for me. To me, my brain is not functioning, and it's not my native language. So, as you can hear by my beautiful accent, yeah, with the truck it's much easier. You just open your bed and you just toss all that stuff in it. Then you deal with it later when it's more convenient. Okay. And I'll keep also my table saw here because it's quite old, and I don't think that anyone would want it. Even if somebody would want it, I don't worry much if it's gonna get taken by some carpenter that wanted table saw like that. I don't think that they want anything like that, to be honest with you. So I got these, I get that. I am messy, guys. I would say it was a messy process today, but it's not much you can do. Like, the only thing you can do is just to make it nice and clean at the end. Woo! It's looking better now, at least. I also like this step ladder. It's really compact, tiny, and I got it for like, I don't remember, really cheap. There was some kind of discount, like $20 or maybe, yeah, $20 I think. So got some tape here. And for the upstairs, guys, I got something special. Like, I never used it before. So they have the closet that is about that tall. And it doesn't make sense to cut that thing. I mean, I was thinking about maybe I could have cut that section here and turn it around, but it's just, I wasn't sure that it's a good idea. So I decided to get something that it's called like folding closet doors. So by the way, guys, like and subscribe, guys. If the door opened the opposite way. How are you? Good and well done. The white color is good. Thank you very much. If the door opened the opposite way, I don't quite understand what you mean. I got lost among all the things that I said. So could you please clarify, if you still hear, what you mean? Which door opens, or what do you mean? What do you mean? What did you say about my mom? I need to take a broom and sweep really good in here. I'll probably leave my sawhorses in here too. But I'll put them somewhere in the closet probably, so then nobody would see that I have it in here. Just like that. Just not to give any Any thoughts, people that are weak on that kind of stuff? Yeah, that door was built pretty nice and right gap and right everything. This one, I don't know, there's something wrong with it. It has bigger gap and the hinge, it kind of goes inside. I don't like the way it goes. Yeah, looks nice and bright now. These things, they got screws, so I will move them out of the way. Tight. Okay, it is nice and clean now. I like that dustpan a lot. It's like the most comfortable thing. It's always collecting that dust. If you don't have the bag somewhere around, you can always just keep it in it. And they're looking nice. Thank you guys for staying tuned. Please like and subscribe to the channel, so then you can see my new videos and new live streams as well as this one. Because today I shared with you how to install the doors, closet doors and stuff, but I will be making more useful videos and we'll be sharing more stuff. Okay, I'll keep that stuff. I'll keep that stuff right here because anyways, it's too much. It's already too much for me. I'm gonna need to clean a little bit over there as well. Will you stream tomorrow, project? A good tech cleans up behind himself. Yeah, I mean, I clean because people will be happy and they will have nice clean workplace after I leave, and it will make nice impression. So there is no second chance to make first impression. This is what I'm gonna say. So this is my first time working with these people, and they got referred by another client of mine. So I want to make sure they like everything, and they're already happy. So we'll see. They started from a small job that they kind of offered me. What's up from Montana? It's good to see you. What's up? How is it going there in Montana? I can say what's up from Tennessee, Tri-Cities. But I used to say what's up from Ohio, what's up from Akron. I lived in Akron before. I have a pencil. I finally got my branded cap. You see, so it's now I feel more professional, I would say. And I have quite few t-shirts, but now it's cold, so I don't have a hoodie yet that is branded, but I will at some point. So thank you guys, and like this live stream again if you haven't liked yet, and subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe. So you can see there was another door that I got it, and it was for here. So this closet door, guys, you see the closet door? Believe it or not, it was installed in here, and it is a bathroom. There was a bifold door, and the dude literally said that it's okay to have bifold doors in your bathroom. It's half bath, but anyways, you can't even close it. So I believe he got it for one of the closets, and it wasn't the right fit, and he just ended up putting it here because I don't know. just because. So I installed that door in here, and I had to pull the casing and everything. So I made a little bit of a mess in here, but I already speckled it. It just need to get a quick run with brush, and that's it. So, and here's another door, and I got this one first because it has a like disassembled corner here, and I was able to get 40% off on this door. And it's a solid core, it's so heavy. So I got this door first, we delivered it, and it was like this opening wasn't quite standard, so that's why you see I shifted that casing and everything. From India, Kerala. Hi India, that's cool. I'm in Tri-Cities, Tennessee, United States right now. So thank you everyone, guys. Subscribe to the channel, please, and leave the like also by double tapping the screen. And I look at these knobs now and they bother me because they are kind of like not centered by the wall, but centered by that section, which I don't know. It just, I mean, it's better for leverage. You can open it easily and close it easily compared to, and when it's white, they're gonna paint it anyway. So piece in, yep. So how are you, sir? I'm doing great. You know, I'm doing wonderful. I feel blessed, but I'm tired. You know, I'm tired. I'm glad to know that I have all you guys. That you join me, you follow me, and you subscribe and support me, and it gives me a lot of hope and motivation. And I want to show you another area that I haven't streamed. So this one, you see those two doors, I also installed them. It was already framed. It was framed, but it's so tight. There is almost no gaps. I mean, it works. It works, but I had to make it work. I cut the bottom here, and it like the floor is really bad, like extremely bad. It's sloped. I cut the bottom here, and it's still kind of stiff, but it shuts. And I had pretty much, I wasn't able to fit them. The width was too narrow, so I ended up removing the shims from behind from this jamb, this side, and I bumped it inside. I removed the shims, I bumped it inside, and I gave myself that extra quarter-inch that made me possible to actually put these doors. Because if I would have trimmed that like, I don't know, 1/8, it would ruin the whole edge of the door. It would look terrible. So I didn't want to do that. And the same stuff here, I disassembled it. And I, those bottom guides, like I said, I trimmed that, I chiseled them, so they are kind of soaked inside the jamb. And it looks much better. I mean, you don't have that huge gap on the side, because when you open it, it tends to scrape, but this way it won't scrape. So, and the ceiling was uneven too, the top over here. So what I did, where it was a bigger of a gap, I spaced it on this side. I put the shims, and then I put the screw, I cut the shims, and I just caulked this gap, and they can paint it, but you see the even gap like between the door and the top guide. So if you have an uneven, close the doors, you can do the same stuff. And I did the same here also. It was too bad, but now it looks better. And they have doors here. So another project here will be, they have this section right here. I want to study your work. Which is your country? I am welding worker from India. That's cool. I appreciate welding is really hard work. So I appreciate you a lot. I've done some welding. I can weld with stick welder. I tried like wire, flux core, and stuff like that. I mean, I didn't like it. I know that if you have the gas, you can use MIG welder. It's much better, but flux core is just terrible. I didn't like it, so I got like hardcore old school stick welder, and when I need to weld, I use that. But it doesn't work for body work and stuff like that. Only for structural repairs or something thick. So here is the. It's good that you wanna study my work. I bet if you can do welding, you can do this kind of stuff, and it would be much easier probably, and less harmful for your vision. Um, Consider subscribing to my channel, so then we can talk in the future live streams. It's cool to have a welder from India on my live stream, because I'm originally from Ukraine and I live in the United States for like 6 years, and it's cool to have dude from India and other people from other places. It's just amazing. Thank you guys. I'm really happy to be able to communicate with all of you just by holding my phone like that. And it's really amazing that we can all connect by the internet and all that stuff. It's a great time and a great opportunity. So over here I'll have to put the crown molding. You see this small tiny crown molding, and they wanted to match, so I called the place that they can produce and make the custom trim, and I asked him. That guy quoted something like, he said they have to produce the special custom knife for it, and he said it will be just that $350 plus 100 for something else, and $2.10 for each linear feet. And I said, I mean, it's a lot. I told them it's better just to get some cheap stuff and reinstall the whole thing if they want to do that, because it doesn't work. It's like the old thing. Like, there is no sense of doing that. So yeah, pretty much that's it. And this is that section right here, and I have that hardware on the floor that doesn't match, none of that stuff. And here actually the customer, I told them, they were like, we need you to do this and that and this, and I said, guys, I think the best way would be to have your realtor who will be selling the house come and point out what needs to be done. So she said that like that floor, it was really like the bump when you go on the steps, you hit your head because it was too low. So she suggested that it needs to be done, and I mean it was obvious, but I didn't want to like. That's why I said that they better talk to her. So they talked to her, and she is pretty much proved everything that I said should be done. And that thing, yeah, you're very welcome. I'm glad to hear you and see you on my live streams, Uncommon Woman. And it's a blessing. I mean, it's a blessing. I'm really happy that I never thought that there will be some people who I don't know personally, like face to face, that would be rooting for me. And it feels amazing. I feel I feel God's grace on me when I experience such a beautiful people like yourselves, guys. So it's really good. Uncommon Woman, you're really uncommon, special woman. Thank you for supporting me. I appreciate it a lot. So yeah, I'm gonna be pretty much wrapping. I'll start carrying all my stuff. I can show you the outside. So here I'm not gonna be. Oh man, I forgot to clean here. I need to bring my I need to bring my my broom and the dustpan again. Probably won't be here on the weekend. I assume they will be resting, but just to make sure, who knows, maybe they will decide to come and they will bring their kids and then they will see all that stuff. So anyways, that stuff gonna be repainted. They're sanding all the walls from the boogers and they are repainting everything. So, and like first I was cleaning like crazy, and then I saw the customer come and he was like making quite few dust clouds, I would say. So then I figured that I don't have to go that crazy about it, since he's leaving some mess as well. I should be wearing the mask while I'm doing it, but I'm just tired, so I just want to leave. At this point, I just want to leave. And I don't remember who asked me about if I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. We'll see what it's gonna be. I don't know. Usually I look at the situation, but because sometimes you have a lot of people working by your side. Sometimes I'm tired, or like people think that I'm crazy just talking to myself when they see me. So it all depends on the situation. But thank you for joining. I know stick welding, arc welding, amen, and I know MIG welding. Fabrication works, gas cutting works, car, bike, driver license. I will do all works. That is great. I mean, you are really talented. So it's not that I can. If you're asking if I can somehow help you get here, I cannot, just because I'm not capable of that. But I'm really impressed of your skills and your achievements. So it's good to have you on my channel. And thank you for joining. So they have pretty nice door in here. I like this door. So guys, I'm pretty tired. I can just barely walk. I'm gonna say. Forgot the light upstairs, and they should have put some switch like when you go up, so you can shut it off, turn it on. It's just not smart to leave it without switches. Pretty door, yeah, I like it. Yeah, can you help to get a job here there? I figured, my man, that you pretty much need some help and you're just desperate probably there. But I mean, it's not much I can help. I want to tell you something, that since I'm Ukrainian, I have a lot of friends and a lot of people that are in Ukraine right now, and they can't, like, even though I know them, I wish I could help them somehow, but I mean, there are legal ways how to get here. There are not so many of them, unfortunately, but I used the green card lottery 6 years ago and even 8 years ago, and then it took 2 years for all that stuff to proceed and to process, I mean. And then I got here, and it was even before COVID-19 started. So, and then war started, and people, they just can't get out. They can't get out of Ukraine. And just imagine that you, let's say you are just a welder like you are in India or anywhere else. And imagine if you are in Ukraine now, you can drive to work or just go to work, and you can be stopped by police, and like they have different military departments, so they pretty much can stop you, and without asking any questions, anything, if you are in the right age for them to be kind of taken to military for you, they will take you, and you will be serving in the boot camp next weeks, and then you will be considered ready to go and fight on the field with the AK-47 and kill or get killed. So yeah, and I had quite a few people who died because they went there and they were never prepared to this kind of stuff. They never were like the warriors and soldiers, and they just got died. And like, I have a lot of people that I know, and I can't help. Thank you for subscription. Which is your WhatsApp contact number? I don't even have WhatsApp. I don't use it. So I mean, to be honest with you, I have on my YouTube channel. I have YouTube community, so you can go in there and you can leave the message, any message you want, when you want there, and I'll be able to see it as well as the other people. But like, I can't really help with nothing here. So the only thing I can suggest, if you can get yourself a wife and get married, if you're not married yet, can be the solution for you. Or if you can participate in green card lottery, which I think they might have stopped temporarily or something. I mean, it's not like I'm a little man. I can do certain things, and this is one of the things I can't do. So, and I actually have one friend, and he spent some time in India. He lived there. I don't remember which city, but he lived there for a few years, I think, and he said that he liked it there. And I asked, what do you like in India? And he said, the people there actually are really nice locals. He said the people who live there for a long time, they all were kind to him, and he even started, like, he opened some kind of shop where he was selling different, like, sweets. I don't know what kind of sweets, but he said some kind of sweets, and that was interesting to hear from him. Okay, now I need to grab my hotspot. That's all the time it's been on the top, on the second story. Your channel, you're married. It's good that you are married because you have some people that will stand and will stand for you and will support you, because without family, being a welder can be a mess. I had, I remember I watched one video, and uh, it was about parenting or being a husband. And I went into the comment section, and there were quite few guys who were saying that they don't have family and they don't have motivation to work. So they said, like, I used to work to get the money, and now I don't understand why I need this money for. So it's like an interesting thing that you might be challenging sometimes to be a family person, a man, but at the same time, if you don't have a family, it's also difficult. And I even had a client who was like, he said, the only thing that I regret that I don't have kids and I don't have family. I worked, and I don't know how the time ran so fast that he said, I'm 70 and I don't have anyone. And I would say that he's quite scared. And he was so happy to have me come and do projects for him. And he's a really nice man. And I wish he had a family and had a happier life, but it's not much we can do about it. So I think I took everything. I think I got everything, guys. So I need to make sure that I have my keys on me, which I do. Guys, like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you, every one of you, for following me, for your subscription, and for contacting me. I appreciate it a lot. And it's really great to have nice people like yourselves on my side. So, okay, I'm gonna close this door. I think I took everything I need. At least I have my phone and everything. They use pretty nice thing that they suggested for me, like a masking kind of material that comes in roll. You see, it's called Guardia, and it has like a adhesive, some kind of adhesive on the back of it, so you can mask pretty much anything you want and have no problems. Here's their front porch. There are some homes here on the mountains, so it's pretty, like, it's a lot of mountains. So people live on the mountain like that, you see, just in the forest, which is pretty cool. Let me know in the chat, guys, if you have any questions. So I'll be pretty much driving now, and if you have any questions and you want to just talk, we can talk a little bit while I'm driving back. So they're gonna be painting this driveway as well, and that, see that metal, they're also gonna be cutting it and putting some wooden posts, but for now it's something that customer is taking care of, so I don't worry about that much. See, we started having ice today. It is freezing now, guys, and it was warm today. It was like pretty positive temperature. Now it is not at all. So I have that thing freezing. Whoa, it's pretty cold. Okay. So let me know in the chat if you have any questions, guys. And I am done for today for this installations and all that stuff. And now I'm gonna be driving home. So my windshield is frosted. It's just, and I wasn't quite sure if it was a, if I have the fluid, like the washing windshield fluid, that is for negative or positive. I assume if it's like started spreading, it's probably the right one, but it's still cold and it won't kind of come off the windshield, so I can't really drive much. So you can ask me if you have any questions, guys, while I'm on my way. And I'll switch. It's kind of cold in here, so I'll put my head like that. It's pretty cold. It's pretty cold. So I don't know if actually my windshield will be warm enough. Let me ask you some question, guys. If you're still watching, and you might have an answer. Let me clean a little bit you. What do you guys think is the purpose of life? What is, in your opinion, is the purpose of life? Because we all do stuff, and especially like in remodeling and that kind of stuff, sometimes you question everything, and you make yourself question that kind of stuff as well, like what is the purpose. And sometimes when you do stuff for people, and usually you just work with materials like physical stuff, and it's not much of a spiritual in it, and you always question like what's the purpose of life. So just wanted to see your opinion in chat, and what is your opinion on the purpose of life, everyone. It's really cold. It's really cold, and it's not getting warm in the car. Guys, like and subscribe to the channel. You can do that, and you'll be able to see my new live streams and join while we talk and while we do some stuff together and create some things together as well. So today it was a closet doors installation, and I found it pretty interesting when it was completed. So yeah, my windshield is just so frosted, and it's not getting defrosted. It's too cold, guys. purpose of life, there are a few. Yeah, it's interesting to know your opinion. A few purposes of life. Probably, yeah. I think the main purpose is that we are first given to ourselves. So, pretty much, we were born on this planet, and it was no one but us. So, we have to take care of all the talents that we got by our Creator, Lord, and we need to be able to become someone, be specialized in something, or find what you're good at and what makes you satisfied. We should help one another. Yeah, that's 100%. Each time in there, it is